What odds on Royal George?
3-1, matey. You won't do better than that now.
Give £100 then, 3-1.
These banknotes are forgeries.
Stop, thief!
Hey, what's got you?
My learned friend, in summing up the defense for my client, Abel Magwitch, I think it must first be admitted that he has committed several minor misdemeanors. I would not dignify them by calling them criminal offenses such as vagrants and poaching and the like. Secondly, I think it must be also admitted that he chose as his employer a person of the most questionable character. I refer, of course, to Roger Compeyson, who stands beside him in the dock. To all outward appearances, he is a gentleman. He went to public boarding school, he is well spoken, he knows how to bow and open doors for ladies, and he is used to the handling of money. Magwitch, on the other hand, has none of these attributes. He is illiterate, he never went to school, his speech is deplorable, and he's never had a penny to bless himself with. However, despite his rough exterior, my lord, I submit that the evidence points but one way of these two men. It is Magwitch who is the natural gentleman, and Compeyson who is the natural rogue.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggers. Roger Compeyson, I am accepting the recommendation for mercy urged on me by your counsel. I note that this is the first occasion on which you have appeared in a criminal court. I deplore the fact that a gentleman of your standing should allow himself to become the tool of a hardened criminal such as Abel Magwitch. This suggests weakness of character, not, I trust, willful wrongdoing. I hereby sentence you to be transported to Botany Bay for a period of 7 years. And now, Abel Magwitch, your case is of a very different color. In all these transactions, it was you who was the instigator. It was you who set up these swindles, you who passed these forged banknotes, you who collected the profits from these schemes.
No. Gentlemen, this man at my side is the most precious rascal.
Be quiet, prisoner. You are the older man, and it is your evil influence, in my opinion, that has brought your comrade to his present plight.
Comrade? He's no comrade of mine. He's a liar, born in the entire liar. Look at his face. Ain't it written there? Let him turn those eyes on me. I defy him to do it. You see that? You see those grovelling and wandering eyes?
Magwitch.
Don't you see what a villain he is?
Magwitch, be silent. For your cause, no go.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggers. Abel Magwitch, you are an old offender of violent passion, likely to come to worse. I hereby sentence you to 14 years transportation. The two of you will be taken to the prison hulks at Woolwich. Quarters will be assigned to you on the Justitia hulk until a ship is available to transport you to Botany Bay.
Stop fighting! That man attacked me! He's mad! He started at me like a wild animal!
I don't care who started it! It's the black hole for both of you!
He's trying to kill me! Hold your noise, you young dog, or I'll cut your throat.
Don't cut my throat, sir. Pray, don't do it, sir.
Tell us your name, quick.
Pip, sir.
Once more, give it mouth.
Pip. Pip, sir.
Where do you live? Point out the place. Where? In those pockets. You young dog. What fat cheeks you got, eh? Damn me if I couldn't eat them. And if I have half a mind to do it.
You wouldn't do that, sir.
Where's your mother?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Also Georgiana, my mother.
That your father along with your mother?
Sir.
Look here. Who do you live with? Providing you kindly let to live, which I ain't made up my mind about.
My sister, sir. Mrs. Joe Gargery. Wife of Joe Gargery, the blacksmith, sir.
Blacksmith, eh? Now look here. The question being whether you're to be let to live. You know what a file is?
Yes, sir.
You know what victuals is?
Sir.
You get me a file, you get me victuals, and you bring the lot to me tomorrow morning early. And you never dare to say a word to anyone concerning you haven't seen such a person as me. Not any person somever. And you shall be let to live. You fail, or you go from my words in any particular, no matter how small it might be, and your heart and your liver shall be tore out, roasted, and ate. Now, I ain't alone, as you might think I am. There's a young man in with me, in comparison to which young man I am an angel. That young man hears the words I speak. That young man has a secret way, peculiar to himself, of getting at a boy, at his heart and his liver. It's in vain for a boy to attempt to hide himself from that young man. The boy may lock his door, may be warm in bed, may tuck himself up, may pull the clothes over his head, may think himself comfortable and safe, but that young man will softly creep his way to him and tear him open. I'm keeping that young man from harming you at the present moment with great difficulty. I find it very hard to hold that young man off your inside. Now, what do you say?
I'll get you the file, sir, and what food I can, and I'll bring it to you early in the morning.
Say, Lord, strike you dead if you don't.
It'd strike me dead if I don't. Sir.
Much of that. I wish I was a frog. Weren't you?
Another convict off. Must have escaped from the hulks.
What are the hulks?
Drat that boy. What a questioner he is. Ask no questions and you'll be told no lies.
Hulks is prison ships. Right across the marshes, babe.
Who's putting tips and chips?
I tell you what, young fellow, I didn't bring you up to badger people's lives out. People are put into the hulks because they murder, and because they rob and forge and do all sorts of bad. And they always begin by asking questions. Now, you get along to bed.
You caught in the bottle, boy.
Brandy. I think you got the ague.
Oh. How much is your opinion, boy?
Bad about here. You've been lying in the marshes, and they're dreadfully ague-ish. Rheumatic too.
I'll eat my breakfast before there's a death of me. You're not a deceiving him, are you?
No, sir.
You brought no one with you?
No, sir. No.
Well, you've no one in the office to follow you?
No.
Well, I believe you. Maybe you're a savage young hound indeed. If at your time of life, you could help to hunt a poor Richard varmint. Hunted as near its death and dunghill as this poor Richard varmint is.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
Did you speak?
I said I was glad you enjoy it.
Thank you, my boy, I do.
I'm afraid you won't leave any for him. There's no more to be got where that came from.
Him? Who's him?
The young man that you spoke of, who's here with you.
Oh. Him? He don't want no victuals.
I thought he looked as if he did.
Looked? When?
Just now.
Where?
Yonder over there. I thought he was you.
What did he look like, boy?
Just like you. No. Only with a badly cut face.
Not here.
Yes, sir.
Where was he headed?
He was going in the direction of...
The big manor house up yonder.
Yes.
Damn these irons on my sword. Get on that bar, boy.
You'd better go home, sir.
No grief for our bed, the little Lord Jesus lay down his sweet head. The stars in the bright sky looked down where he lay, at the little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. A cattle are lowing the baby away, but the little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus. Look down
Merry
from
Christmas.
the sky and
Merry
stay
Christmas to you
by
all.
my cradle till morning is nigh.
Young miss! Young miss!
Young miss, would you do a poor man a favour?
What's that?
I would like to speak with the lady of the manor.
Miss Havisham?
Yes, that's right. Would you tell her Compy would like to have a word with her?
She seems to me to get more eccentric every year.
I can't say that I've noticed it.
5 years ago she was
complicated business, very complicated. I mean, I do think that...
Papa, just a minute, John. Can't you see I'm speaking to Mr. Jenkins?
It's one of the occupational hazards of having money, you know. All of your relatives from third, fourth cousin, twice removed, fear they have a claim.
She's all yellow skin and bone. Poor dear soul. What can you expect? It's not normal to live locked up in this room all your life.
It's gone on far too long, if you ask my opinion. Our cousin has a stubborn, morbid streak. Shh. No, I will speak out. It is not Christian to go on nursing this terrible sense of grievance. Look at that hideous cape, for heaven's sake. And that shroud she's wearing. It's enough to give you the creeps. She's not the first woman in the world to have been left at the altar.
Raymond, will you keep your voice down? Stella? Now, Joe, what is it?
There's a man outside the gate who wants a word with you.
And who might that be?
I've never seen him before, Mother. He said his name was Compy.
Possible. He was sentenced to transportation.
How do you know that?
I was in the courtroom. I was defending his offsider. What does he look like, Estella?
He's got funny clothes on.
With arrows on them?
That's right.
Come then, let's go down.
Christmas to you, sir.
A Merry Christmas, officer.
We're looking for 2 escaped prisoners, sir. Have you seen anyone hereabouts dressed in convict garb and leg irons?
Excellent bird, Mark.
Pork pie!
What about the pork pie?
It's gone. Uncle Pumplechook's present. It's gone.
Merry Christmas, blacksmith.
Come inside, sir.
Oh, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on a chase in the name of the Queen. We're looking for escaped convicts.
Well, Master Compass and... Go on! On my soul, I don't believe you escaped in your terror to get quit of me. No, I knew this. If the two of us worked this together... I worked with you before, Compass, and a lot of good it did me. Strangle you here. No, I'm waiting for it. No, I'll carry nothing for myself. So I drag you back to the house. And lose your one chance of escape. Don't be a fool, man, don't. Oh, let you go free, is it? Let you profit from the means as I found out. Let you make a tool of me. You're fresh enough now. Think of your wife and child, man, if you ever want to see them. You dare speak of them, you villain. Surrender, you two. And cast you the two wild beasts. Come asunder. Take notice, God. I took him. I'll give him up to you. He'd have never surrendered without me. Mind that. He tried to kill me. I should have been a dead man if you'd not come up. You two men, bring the handcuffs. Take him away.
I wish to say something concerning this escape. It may prevent some persons laying under suspicion along me. I took some victuals from the village over yonder.
You mean stole?
And I'll tell you where from. From the blacksmith. Some broken victuals, a dram of liquor and a pie.
You happen to miss such an article as a pie, blacksmith?
My wife did the very moment you came in. Remember, Pip?
So, you're the blacksmith, are you? Then I'm sorry to say, I've ate your pie.
God knows you're welcome to it. We don't know what you did, but we wouldn't have you starved to death for it. Poor miserable fellow creature. Would us, Pip, eh?
What is the prisoner's current sentence, Mr. Jaggers? Do you recall?
14 years, my lord.
Abel Magwitch, you have added to your felony the crimes of escaping from custody, common theft, assaulting a fellow convict, and resisting arrest from Her Majesty's servants. Consider yourself lucky that I do not hang you for these crimes. Instead, I sentence you to transportation beyond the seas for the term of your natural life.
as well. Farewell to the well-loved Old Bailey, where you sported at such a swell. Sing to rely, Eddie. Sing to rely, Sing to rely, Eddie. For we're bound for Botany Bay. Ain't leaving old England we cares about. Ain't 'cause we misspell what we knows, but because of us light-fingered gentry, hopped around with a log on our toes. Sing to rely, Eddie. Sing to rely, hey. Sing to rely, Eddie. We're bound for Botany Bay.
12 ounces of meat and bone. What's that, matey? 1 ounce of soap. Half an ounce of soap. Ain't enough. Talking to yourself, matey. Not a good sign. Ain't enough, Magwitch. What ain't enough? It ain't enough to keep body and soul together. Feverish, lad. You better get to the doctor. No. No doctors, Magwitch. I've got a plan. If it's bulk you're thinking of, forget it, lad. What chance you got? Dressed up in your magpie suit, your number blazoned all over you. And troopers stationed all the way up the coast, eh?
4835.
I wasn't thinking of a bolt. What then? Thinking of a quick way out. Aye. Ask yourself, Magwitch, what's a man's life worth chained up like this, working like a beast of burden from dawn till dark? My life's only a misery to me. Oh, no. Well, I'd rather shorten it. And I don't care what means I take or who I pitch on.
On your feet, 4835.
You mustn't despair, boy. That man willing overheat the storm. He always brings me the hardest and largest of the lot. Either knock his brains out, or they either see tyrants or someone. And then they'll hang me. I'll be out of it. And you'll be dead, lad. I'll be free. You poor miserable varmint.
Hey, could you give us a hand with this?
You gotta stop thinking like that.
But is the convict mind, as you call it, so different from your mind or mine?
I would say so, ma'am. You talk to any of the old hands here. They deem callousness and wickedness to be an honor. Irons and chains they see as the insignia of chivalry.
I cannot believe it.
Punishment is the only thing they understand, and mark you, the more hardened cases cannot even be reached by that. They consider it a downright insult if you offer to reduce their sentences as an inducement for good behavior.
I don't think we should go any further, sir.
Nonsense. Trooper John!
Maggie.
closest to it.
Sir?
Can we get through to Saunders Station along this ridge?
I wouldn't trust it, sir. There's saltwater swamps at the bottom of this hill. Why don't you take Chitty's Gully? It's a much better route.
Thank you, Driver.
Thank you, sir.
Hear that, driver? Chitty's Gully.
Quick, go. 4918. What you got there?
What this is, huh? Just baccy.
Just baccy. But not your baccy. Aye.
Charge a powder in the bullet. Swallow the powder and keep the bullet between your teeth.
Is there any hangings to him?
And then what?
You've anything to give me? Aggie, money, you say it, I can lay it on like that.
How, You keep to his shoulders, Tooth. Come down too low or go in for any fancy cross-cutting. So help me, I'll do for you.
What do you got?
3 figs of tobacco.
If you want to. Every little helps.
Commandant, I'd like to register a formal complaint.
Chaplain?
The regulations state that a doctor must be present for punishments of 50 lashes and upwards. We don't want to ruin the man's constitution.
Quite right, Chaplain. Where is the doctor?
He was called to the naval stores. He won't be back today, sir.
Flogger. The prisoner's sentence is reduced to 49 lashes. Commence punishment.
Much did Magwitch get?
30 days. And that's light for Rogers.
Was it solitary? Yeah.
Now, Magwitch get his 2 hours exercise in the yard.
30 days straight.
Forget it.
What's the matter to you? I'll be doing you a good turn. As you're standing next to me, you'll be taken to town as a witness.
Accused as an accessory, more like it. I'll do for you too!
On the double!
You tried to cut me throat! You fool! It'll be the gallows for you now!
Done it backwards. I've done it.
Done what, boy?
I tried to do too.
And you'll hang for it. Come on.
Gotta eat, Magwitch.
I ain't hungry.
Cheer up, man. You'll be out in a fortnight.
Same out as in.
Don't say that, Magwitch.
That's what I am. When I was a ragged little creature, as much to be pitied as ever I see, I got the name of being ardent. This is a terrible ardent one. They say the prison visitors picking out me. Maybe said to live in jails, this boy. They look at me and they measure my head, some of them. Better measured my stomach. And it gave me tracts I couldn't read. Made me speeches I couldn't understand. It all amounts to nothing, matey.
You have to believe in life, Magwitch.
Life's there whether you believe in it or not. You and me's different, see? What's your first memory, Jailer?
Hard to say. Your mother's face, I suppose. Leaning over me when I was a child.
Tell you mine. I was 5 years old. And I was down in Essex, thieving turnips for a living. Someone's run away from me. A man. Tinker. And he took the fire with him. He left me very cold.
But that's not all that happened to you, man.
I had a wife once. And a child. No more of that.
Magwitch, if you give up, you'll die. Has no one ever done you a kindness? right, matey. I had my share of kindness. More than my share. You should have seen him. A little creature no more than 7 years old. Been out in the marshes all night long. Leg irons cutting into my shins. No victuals to eat. An orphan boy. Lodged with a blacksmith.
What's that, boy?
Freddie. I think you've got the aching. It's bad about here. You've been lying on the marshes, and they're dreadfully ague-ish. Rheumatic too.
How much is your opinion, boy?
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Did you speak?
I said I was glad you enjoyed it.
Thank you, my boy. I do.
Feeling hungry tonight, Magwitch?
That's right.
The ration to your liking?
I didn't know.
There's not enough of most things in this life, matey.
Give me more bread or I'll choke you.
Right.
Swear, you dog. On your mother's grave and your child's life.
I swear.
And you don't report me.
Never. I swear. A new chum. You're a plucky one. I won't report you. Don't worry.
Come in. 4918, so?
Thank you, Corporal. That will be all. Magwitch. Is that an alias? Sounds a made-up name to me.
No, Your Honor. I know my name to be Magwitch Christened Abel. I've no notion where I was born, who my father was, but my name's my name.
Then how do you know?
Might as well ask how I know the names of the birds and the edges. To be chaffinch, sparrow, thrush. Someone must have told me, Your Honor, and
The names of the birds came out true. I took it my name was true, same as the birds.
An original way of looking at it, sir.
Well, thank you.
What did you do in the old country, Magwitch?
Tramping, begging, thieving, working when I could. Although, that wasn't as often as you might think till you put the question whether you'd been over ready to give me work yourselves.
Quite the philosopher, I do believe.
Begging your pardon.
Nothing, Magwitch. Go on.
I was a bit of a labourer, a bit of a wagoner, a bit of an hawker, a bit of an haymaker, a bit of most things that don't pay and lead to trouble.
Were you often in jail?
Me? In jail? I've been locked up more than a silver tea kettle. In jail and out of jail, Your Honour, that's my life. I've been carted here, carted there. Put out of this town, put out of that town. Stood in the stocks, whipped and worried and drove.
Still come back for more, eh?
I don't rightly catch your meaning, sir.
What do you think, Lieutenant?
He's the type. Looks a pretty determined man to me.
Magwitch, you questioned a moment ago whether I'd offer you a job. Well, that is precisely why I brought you here.
A job? Well, I'm on tooth chain gang.
If you were to take this on, you'd be relieved of those duties.
No, I find it most welcome, Your Honour.
Wait till you hear what it is, Magwitch.
The job has remained vacant for over 2 months, which has created quite a serious situation here at the jail. It's been offered to more than a dozen men, all of whom have turned it down.
What's the difficulty, Your Honour?
It's not the onerousness of the work, Magwitch. It's that the man who performs this work must suffer the obloquy, the hatred of his fellow prisoners. The job, as you may have guessed, is the hangman's.
Begging Your Honour's pardon, I must decline it.
Why is that?
I'm a Christian, Your Honour.
There's nothing unchristian in capital punishment. Read your Bible. If thine eye offend thee, pluck it out.
I beg you, gentlemen, I couldn't do it.
Pity. On your charge sheet here, it is noted down that 3 weeks ago you assaulted your jailer with threats of murder. Is that correct? Yes, Your Honor. If we charge you with this crime, what sentence could he expect?
For attempted murder, aggravated assault. You're already a lifer, aren't you? Hard to say. 3 months solitary. Hanged, most likely.
On the other hand, if he were prepared to take the billet of executioner, I believe we could overlook the whole matter. What do you say, Lieutenant?
Condemned men have got a suite these days. The meal of your choice, the company of one of your mates, and the good offices of the prison chaplain. Who can ask for more?
Even got a bottle of grog. Compliments of the commandant. Would you like some, Chaplain?
Thank you, Courtney.
You got another mug?
No.
That muff smells delicious. I'd better get cold.
take my advice, lad. It's better to be hanged on a full stomach than an empty one.
I believe you. Just got the shivers, lads. I'm afraid. I just got the shivers, that's all.
You're sweating.
He's got consumption, Jim.
Doctor said they was wasting their time hanging me. I'd be dead of consumption by the end of the month. It'd make no difference now. How many of us are there?
Oh, 8, I believe.
Had them hammering away at the scaffold all day.
Wheels getting cold.
Tell me, Chaplain. You're Anglican, Judge of England. That's what I thought.
What's on your mind, lad?
Nothing. Ain't nothing anyone can do this.
It's the matter of faith. Perhaps I can...
Oh, Chaplain. Oh, I need a priest.
He's a priest?
I need a Catholic priest.
If I can be of any use, Price.
He can't.
Of course he can. Just
He
because...
can't. He can't hear my confession, give me Holy Communion. He can't forgive me my sins.
No one but God can forgive your sins.
You don't understand. He ain't Catholic.
It's troubling you, Price.
I'm afraid.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid I won't die in a state of grace. I'll die in mortal sin and be damned. Eternally.
Not if you're truly sorry for your sins, Price. God will forgive you.
Will he? I ain't a murderer. Not to try and murder a man, Reverend. Just to escape this life.
I know. But there is no escape that way, Price. You must live your life to the end. You cannot give up.
He's right, lad.
Well, don't give me much time. Only got 12 hours to live.
Makes no difference. 12 hours, 20 years. Want to die in a state of grace tomorrow? We'll make him know either hanging a man or a cringing wretch. I'll be there, lad. I want to see you face death without flinching.
Sir, I trust the beam is strong enough as to bear the weight of 8 men. Carpenter shows me be all right. Prisoners have been weighed, all ropes tested, sir. Hey, gentlemen.
You should be up there as well. That ain't no gentleman, man. The mayor's devil himself.
Corporal O'Malley will now read out the death warrant.
John Bond, number 4792, burglary with violence. Philip Grafton, number 2749, escape from custody and murder of arresting constable.
What I cannot bear is the bloodthirstiness, positive glee of the crowd. Gives one a very melancholy idea of the natural decency of men.
Not much decency to be found in that scum.
Peter Fife, number 8596, sheep stealing. Robert Smith, number 6641, assaulting a constable and attempted murder.
I like hanging myself.
prefer platoon at 20 paces. Much cleaner. But I must confess, Chaplain, I shan't be sorry to see that lot go.
Charles Argyle, number 684, robbery under arms. James Travis, number 2320, rendering into tallow a sheep suspected of being stolen.
Why in God's name does it have to be done in public and with all this ceremony?
You surprise me, Chaplain. Such a spectacle exhibits in the plainest terms both the majesty of the law and the grim consequences of crime. It can have only the best possible effect on the convict class.
They look pretty spry. Reckon we'll get any screamers and blubberers.
Young Price will lose his nerve, you mark my words.
Darren Price, number 4835, attempted murder of the prison flogger.
We're with you, Price. Pity you didn't do him in proper.
Roger Copyson, number 4919.
Give us your hands.
Forgery and embezzlement in Her Majesty's Pay Office. Sentence of death having been passed on the aforesaid 8 men, and warrants for their death duly supplied, we are charged and commanded
Snuff.
in the name of Her Majesty
I don't use it, sir.
to execute these sentences under the laws of the colony and dependency of New South Wales. God save the Queen!
I can understand your feelings of revulsion at this scene, Chaplain. For an educated man, it is not an edifying sight.
Life is a precious gift, Commandant, a God-given gift. I question the right of any authority on earth to throw away these men's lives. It's brutal, barbarous.
But these men are murderers.
1 out of 8.
But what about the rights of property? Would you bring into question our whole legal system?
I now call upon the prison chaplain to address the condemned men. I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live.
Why don't you bugger off, Reverend?
Silence!
Take that bastard off.
Please, Lieutenant. Let him speak.
Bloody hypocrite.
What is it, prisoner?
Well, like you say, if I'm not gonna die, what do I need one of them coffins for? Ain't it enough to be hanging us? You have to pour this sanctimonious horse shit all over us as well? Bloody preacher, man of God. You would hound a man to death with your bloody religion.
Brethren, in these last few moments of your mortal lives, I urge you, in spite of all your sufferings, do not leave this world with bitterness in your hearts.
Bitter? Well, you're not bitter, are you, Bob? Nah.
If you believe in God,
And if all you people out there believe in God, He will, I am sure, forgive these poor men their sins.
We've had a gut full of you, Reverend.
may He forgive us ours.
Came here for a hanging, not a sermon. Time for the gallows speeches. Let's hear the... Come on, get on with it.
Get on with that. It is customary to allow a condemned man to make a final speech, should he wish to. Have any of you got anything to say? Now is your last opportunity. You, Grafton?
I would like to say this. There are 8 of us convicts here, of whom I am the most senior. Not in years, but in crime. I am the only murderer. I'm sure the Commandant would like to hear how sorry I am for murdering the constable he sent after me. Well, it's true. I am sorry. Sorry I didn't murder the beggar sooner. Death's the only way out of this system, and I thank God at last I'm out. So do I! Thank God! Hear it! Hear it!
Blaspheming devils.
I don't thank God, my hearties. For I don't believe there is any God.
Don't say that.
God would have given me a chance. And a chance I never had. No, never. Or if he did give me one,
Then the police, the beaks, and the commandant took it off me. That's all I've got to say. Goodbye, all.
God have mercy on you.
Lieutenant!
Speeches are a scandal. Get on with the executions.
Steady, lad.
It's you.
It's Margaret.
What?
Hangman. It's Margaret.
Hangman, put the prisoners and proceed with the executions.
One time I bought the language. Now you started in the wholesale butchering line, have you? Hell and damnation! It is wholesale butchering! God damn you all. I've had enough.
Are you mad, Magwitch? Get back there at once.
I'm not hanging those men.
Do as I tell you. It'll be 200 lashes if you don't. Listen to me, Magwitch. If you don't go on with the hanging, you'll spend the rest of your days in solitary. Corporal Marley, take this man into custody.
Ruben Dixon.
Good luck, matey.
Lieutenant.
Bond, I offer you life and a free pardon if you will hang the rest.
No. He's mad.
Will you, Grafton?
Life? On such terms? You heard my speech? Never.
No, man.
Five.
We'll see you in hell first.
Smith.
See, sir, it's like this. My father was hanged in Horsemonger Jail back in the old country. Now, if I was to hang these men, what would my old father say if he heard such a thing of me?
You, Argyle? Remember, life, freedom. Travis, think what you refuse.
throw the permanent billet of execution of itself?
Yes, certainly.
What is the screw, sir?
£30 a year. And the usual fee, 4 shillings, I think, for each execution.
Not good enough, sir. The money, I mean.
What about you, Pride?
I'll do it. If you grant me my love, I'll hang it, sir. I don't care about anything else. That which is life, sir. Life.
Wait your turn, Compton. It's his chance first. Will you do it, Pride?
Yourself, Lieutenant?
I'm offering it to you, Pride.
Too degrading for an officer and a gentleman.
I take it you're refusing.
Let him do it.
Served your sentence and you're now a free man. I trust I won't see you within these walls again. Magwitch, bring you on probation as an assigned servant to Mr. Tankton of Campbelltown. Be expected on the property 2 days hence. If your behavior is satisfactory, your ticket of leave will be gazetted next year.
And I'll see you. Full house. £3.9. This keeps up, I'll have me fare back to London before the night's out. Hey, mate. When's the Lady Amherst sailing?
Saturday.
Another £5 and I'll be on board.
Well, if my luck holds, gentlemen, you know what I'll do. I'll turn on a barrel of ale. Roger's engagement party.
Whose party?
Don't you know Roger Compeyson?
Now, there's a man who always falls on his feet.
He's certainly done well for himself, lucky blighter.
Ain't luck with Compeyson. He's a smooth one to talk. He's got learning.
Learning?
Never talk to him. He's a gentleman.
You in? How many?
One.
I'm out. What about you, Peter?
2, thanks.
2 and 3 for the dealer.
Your bid, Courtney.
Sure.
£2 shillings.
Pound.
I'm not in your class.
I'll double you. £2.
You really want that fare, don't you?
I'd sooner see you spent on me visiting my old lady than having Compton and his friends getting tanked up on your barrel of ale.
Well, I'll redouble your bet. £4.
I'll see your money on the table. I'm a shilling short.
That's a pity. You've lost then. It looks as if my barrel of ale... My lucky shilling.
Pay you back 44, I promise. See ya.
Straight. Queen high.
One of a kind.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Welcome.
That's all your winnings. You gotta keep something for yourself.
I still got the lucky shilling I started with. You take care of yourself. I hope to see you again.
I know you're here for life, mate, but I'm not coming back. Never.
Well then, I suppose it's goodbye.
Goodbye, language.
Hey, Courtney! Might as well take the lucky shilling as well.
Could I have a rum and water?
we observe that Lord John Russell stated in the House of Commons that the French government was prepared to pay to the English workmen the sums belonging to them.
That man by the fire. The tall one with the clay pipe. He wouldn't by any chance be the village blacksmith.
That's him, all right.
As Mr. Josiah of Rochester was proceeding up High Street on Saturday afternoon.
Seat's not taken?
Well, I was sitting there, but no matter. You can sit here next to me. Over here, Pip, old chap.
Can I buy you a drink, sir? You didn't mention your name.
Gargery. Joe Gargery.
Well, you have, Mr. Gargery, at my expense, just to top up with.
Tell the truth, I'm not much in the habit of drinking at anybody's expense but my own.
Oh, come, it's Saturday night. Put a name to it, Mr. Gargery.
I don't wish to be stiff company. Make it rum.
Rum. And what'll you have, Mr.
Wopsel's the name.
Mr. Wopsel's our local church clerk.
That's so. The church on the marshes with the graves round it. What did you say you'll have?
Rum.
3 rums over here. I'm not acquainted with this country, but it seems a solitary country towards the river.
Most marshes is solitary.
Do you find any gypsies now? Tramps, vagrants out here?
No. Only a runaway convict now and then. We don't find them very easy, eh, Mr. Wopsel?
Thank you, sir.
So, you've been out after convicts?
Only once. Not that we wanted to take them, understand. We went out as lookers-on. Me, Mr. Wopsel, and Pip. Didn't us, Pip, eh?
Yes, Joe.
He's a likely young parcel of bones, that. What is it you call him?
Pip.
Christened Pip?
No, not christened Pip, no.
Surname Pip?
Well, no, it's a family name. What he gave himself when he was an infant.
He's a son of yours?
Well, no, he ain't, no.
Nivy?
Well, he's not, no, I don't wish to deceive you, no. He's not my nevy, no.
What the blue blazes is he?
It's quite simple, sir. He's Mr. Gargery's wife's young brother.
Huh.
Can we tell me about that pickpocket down the street?
Cheers.
Well, we have to be moving.
Stop half a moment, Mr. Gargery. I think I have a bright new shilling somewhere here in my pocket. And if I have, well, I shall have it.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Mr. Wopsel. Uncle Pumblechook.
Thank you. Good night, Joe.
A bad one, I'll be bound, for he wouldn't have given it to the boy. Let's have a look at it.
What is it, Sweaty?
Well, I be darned. 2 £1 notes.
There must be some mistake. I'll put them up here till he comes back to claim them.
Not every convict who can read language. Who taught you to read?
A deserting soldier in a traveller's rest, Miss Bridget. Well, I hid up to the chin in a lot of tatters.
Really?
It was a travelling giant that signed his name at a penny a time that learned me to write. We were both in prison at the time.
What had you done?
I don't rightly recollect. Vagrancy, most likely. The Beaks at the time were very keen on vagrancy. If wherever I was transported out here, I'd used up my fair share of keen.
I'd never hold it against a man that he'd been a convict. My father and I both played with the emancipists. The man I'm going to marry, he's an emancipist.
Magwitch.
Yes, sir.
I've got a special job for you, Magwitch. At first light tomorrow, I need feed for a dozen horses and food and drink set up in the back paddock for a dozen thirsty, hard riders.
What's this, sir?
There's one thing we Tankertons pride ourselves on. It's our kangaroo hunt.
Over there! That's him! Go! Yeah! Oh, close! Over there! Ahead!
You ever tasted kangaroo meat, Magwitch?
No, sir. I've had my share of hares and badgers in the old country, but never tasted kangaroo.
Well, the taste's more game than hare. An old poaching man, Magwitch. You're in for a treat. Kangaroo soup's a delicacy, eh, Marston?
I swear by it.
Magwitch, over here.
Excuse me, sir.
I want to congratulate you on the way you've organized today's event. Don't you agree with me, Mr. Jessup? Indeed. Come, you must join us in a glass of punch.
Thank you, sir.
I've never asked you this before, Magwitch, but, did you ever run across my prospective son-in-law, a Mr. Compeyson?
Compeyson?
He came here as a transport, you know.
Yes, sir, I know.
Did you know him?
Well, Mr. Jessup, sir, we convicts have a code. Once outside the walls, we never talk about each other's past.
I have a very good code, too, Magwitch. But tell me, do you trust him?
Well, sir, it's not my place to say.
Why, he's about to become a member of my family. I was only seeking an impression. But if you'd rather not...
Thank you, sir.
Well, here he is. Better late than never. Well, that's not it.
Mr. Grand Hunt, Roger. Just in time for the spoils.
Excellent. To say something. No, don't look at me like that, Ambrose. I haven't forgotten.
Forgotten what?
That 40 guinea wage I had with you last week.
Thank you, Roger.
Congratulations.
Magwitch. This is a surprise. Sir, you'll forgive me for commandeering my old friend for a few moments. I haven't seen the fellow for years.
Good.
Sure, help yourself.
I'll draw the master officer.
Well, glad to see we're on speaking terms again. Last time I remember our having a connected conversation, you had your hands around my throat. I thought you were going to strangle me. Times certainly do change. So, how do you find working as an assigned servant to Charles Dickens?
He's a fine man.
Yes, I think so too. But then I'm partial. He is the father of the girl I'm going to marry.
Yes, I heard.
It's not short of a shilling, of course, which goes a long way.
Compinson. You can't.
Can't what, dear fellow?
You can't go through with this marriage. In the name of all that's sacred.
I'll be interested to hear what's sacred to an old lag like you, Magwitch. I grant our association goes back a long way, but you're not my keeper, you know.
I'll beg of you. Don't go through with it.
Listen, Magwitch. I put everything that happened back in the old country out of my mind. I'd advise you to do the same. We're here now in Australia. I intend to settle here. And Bridget will make an excellent wife.
For your purposes.
Magwitch, I would advise you not to stand in my way. Besides, I may be your master again.
Tell me, Magwitch, how are you finding your life here?
Almost agreeable, sir.
As my assigned servant, it's my duty to provide you with food, shelter, and clothing. But let me tell you this, Magwitch. You're one of the best men I've ever had on my property.
Well, thank you, sir. You're the best master I ever had.
Well, I don't think it would go amiss if I began paying you some sort of wage. You may not have much to spend it on yourself, but you must have some relatives in the old country.
Well, sir, no relatives, no more. But there is someone I care about.
So the stranger at the inn, did he never come back for his money?
No, Mr. Wopsle.
So, what are you going to spend it on, young fellow?
A little loud.
Pip said his heart on a box of lead soldiers.
Lead soldiers, indeed. £2 is a week's wages. It's not to be wasted on lead soldiers.
Well, Mrs. Joe, what do you have a mind to spend it on?
Look at those worn, threadbare trousers the boy's wearing. He can't go dressed like that if he's going to be mixing with the gentry.
Off with that jacket.
Look at those fingernails.
It's opportunity, Pip. Being taken up by a fine lady like Miss Havisham.
Yes, Uncle Pumblechook.
Great opportunity. She's immensely rich. If she takes a fancy to you, your fortune could be made.
Yes, Uncle Pumblechook.
Boy, be forever grateful to those who have helped you along life's thorny road.
Yes, Uncle Pumblechook. Never seen gates as big as this before.
You should see the ones at the front. This here's only the tradesman's entrance. Good day to you. This is Pip.
This is Pip, is it? Come in, Pip. Oh, did you wish to see Miss Havisham?
Well, if Miss Havisham wished to see me.
Ah, but you see, she don't.
Yeah.
Who is it? Come here. Let me look at you. Now look at me, boy. You're not afraid to meet a recluse, are you?
I don't know what...
A woman who's turned her back on the world, Pip. I haven't seen the sun since before you were born. I've done with men. And women. But sometimes I want a diversion. So play, Pip, play. Are you sullen and obstinate? Estella, let me see you play cards with this boy.
With him? He's nothing but a common labouring boy.
What can you play, Pip?
Nothing but begging my neighbour, ma'am.
Beggar him.
What coarse hands he has, this boy. And what thicker boots. He's stout. Stupid, clumsy, labouring boy.
She says many hard things of you. You say nothing of her. What do you think of her?
I don't like to say.
Come here, Pip. Tell me in my ear.
I think she's very proud.
Anything else?
I think she's very pretty.
Anything else?
I think she's very insulting.
Anything else?
I think I should like to go home.
Excuse me, my dear. When you've rolled
little wimp. What the hell's going on? Did you see that? What the blazes does your rider think he's doing? My rider? What about your rider?
I won. Certainly. That's 320 guineas you owe me.
I owe you nothing. I've never seen a more flagrant case of interference.
Milestone, you were with us when we made the wager. Was it or was it not first past the post?
First past the post?
Surely not if the stewards disallow the win.
My wager was with Sedley, not with the stewards.
No gentleman of honour would have the gall to claim on such a wager.
Steady. Oh, you think so? In my book, Joshua, no gentleman of honour ever welshes on a bet.
So the stewards disallowed it.
They ruled it was interference.
That seems fair judgment.
Huh.
The whip is supposed to be used on the horse, not the opponent. What did you say to your rider?
I couldn't blame him, my dear. He's only trying to win after all.
That's no justification.
Bridget. If you had 40 suitors, do you think I'd have any scruples about interfering with them? No, I'd do anything I could to put them off their stride.
But you play fair, Roger.
I think I'd want to win first, play fair second.
Good afternoon, sir. Hey, to you, ma'am. I wouldn't need get hurt if you just do as I tell you. Only interested in your money and what valuables you carry. Perhaps we'll start with the lady, if you wouldn't mind stepping down for a moment, ma'am.
Better do as he says.
And now, ma'am, I'd like to see the contents of that handbag of yours.
Hide yourself, Bridget! Look out! He's armed!
Come on, let's get out of here!
Missed him, damn it. Magwitch, you all right?
Aye.
All right, Bridget?
The first year, the sheep had foot rot. Next, we had a drought. Then a plague of field mice. Now it's bush rangers. Has everyone a drink, Magwitch? Let us raise our glasses and drink a toast to Roger Compinson, my future son-in-law. His cool-headedness and bravery today has proved to all of us, I think, that he will make a worthy husband and companion for my beautiful daughter, Bridget. To Roger.
Roger.
Here, here.
To you, Roger.
Only the brave deserve the fair.
I'm afraid
afraid we're going to have to face the fact that Campbelltown's no longer a quiet rural backwater. In future, we're all going to have to travel armed.
I was never much of a shot.
No.
Maybe you could give me some lessons, Roger.
My shooting today was none too accurate.
Yes, how was that? You were almost at point-blank range, weren't you?
I was still smarting from a certain setback I'd suffered at the races, Ambrose. Must have put me off my aim.
Oh, and what was that?
Ambrose and I had a wager.
And you lost?
Not really. A disputed decision, Ambrose, wouldn't you say?
The devil I would.
Sedley's hot-blooded. Like a lot of Welshmen.
Look here, Compeyson. I'm damned if I'm going to sit here and have you insult me. I've never welched on a bet in my life.
I was only in jest. Ambrose, you know me. A born gambler always hates to lose.
You never struck me as a born gambler.
What? What's that you said?
I was just saying you never struck me as a born gambler, Mr. Compeyson.
Really? What makes you say that?
Well, I only know you, of course, through our legal dealings, but the terms you held out for in your marriage settlement weren't those of a gambler.
Ah, yes. But there, sir, I was on sure thing.
How do you make that out? I beg to remind you, Roger, that I have to die before you come into the property. And I hail from a notoriously long-lived family. You may even predecease me.
What odds would you wager on that, Ambrose?
I'm not in life assurance, ma'am.
Here he is. Come over here, boy. Well, how did you get on with Miss Havisham?
Pretty well, sir.
Pretty well? Pretty well ain't no answer. What was she doing when you went in today?
She was sitting in a black velvet coach.
In a black velvet coach?
Yes. And Miss Estella, that's her niece, I think, handed her in cake and wine at the coach window on a gold plate.
Was there anybody else there?
4 dogs.
What kind of dogs was they, Pip?
Mastiffs. And they fought for veal cutlets out of a silver basket.
Where was this coach in the name of gracious?
In Miss Havisham's room. But there weren't any horses to it.
A coach without no horses?
Is this possible, Uncle?
I'll tell you, Mum. In my opinion, it's a sedan chair. She's flighty, you know. Quite flighty enough to spend her days in a sedan chair.
Amazing.
I have no doubt that great things will come to the boy from Miss Havisham's acquaintance and favor.
Night, Pip.
Joe,
Yes, old chap.
remember all that I told you about Miss Havisham?
Remember? How could I not remember? Wonderful.
It ain't true.
Do you mean to say it's...
Yes, I do. It's lies.
But not all of it. Why, sure, you don't mean to say there was no black velvet
there was dogs, babe. Eh? There weren't no real cutlass. These there was dogs, eh?
No, Joe.
A dog? A puppy? Come.
No, Joe. There was nothing.
Old chap. This won't do, old fellow. What possessed you?
Don't know. But I wish you hadn't have taught me how to call knaves jacks, and I wish my boots weren't so thick and I wasn't so common.
Look here, baby, what is said to you by a true friend. If you can't get to be uncommon through going straight, you'll never get to do it through going crooked. Right now.
You're not angry with me, Joe?
No, old chap. But bear in mind, them lies were, I mean to say, of a stunning and audacious sort. Alluding to the bordered on a real cutlass and fighting dogs. I sincere well wish you would have voiced, but don't never do it no more, eh?
Dear Magwitch old matey, I went down to the marsh country and I seen your boy. I checked the parish register and ascertained he was an orphan. Indeed, if it weren't for the charity of the blacksmith, the lad would most likely be in the workhouse.
I'll see you tomorrow evening, then.
That's right, my dear. Thank you, Magwitch. Get up there, boys. Get up!
Will you saddle up my mare, Magwitch? And a horse for yourself? We're riding over to Rogers.
Yes, Miss Bridget.
Not much of a place, is it? All right for a bachelor, perhaps. Wouldn't care to live there myself.
Where are you going to live when you get married, Miss Bridget?
Father's arranged for us to move into the west wing of the homestead. He's planning to retire soon, so Roger will be taking over the running of the property.
And to what, pray, do I owe the honor of this visit?
Well, I wondered, kind sir, if you deigned to grace my dinner table this evening.
Tonight? Bridget, I promised to go to the race club.
Oh.
It's not like your father to give me such short notice. He usually tells me...
The invitation's not from Father. It's from me. He's in Sydney. Until tomorrow evening.
Well, that does put a slightly different complexion on the matter. You can tether the horses round by the stockyard. Magwitch? Would you care to step inside? I brew the best Billy tea.
To you. Abel Magwitch. Ha! Don't you remember me?
My back ain't forgotten you, Tooth. I still got the scars you gave me 4 years ago.
Well, you're not going to hold that against a man, are you, matey? Prison flog, I got no choice. I recollect I laid it on as light as I was able.
Light? Is that so, Tooth? In my time, I seen 22 floggings with a cat. I seen men groan, seen them faint, seen them scream under the lash. I seen their backs laid open to the bone. But I only ever seen a man flogged to death on 2 occasions, Tooth. And both times you were the flogger.
God damn you, Magwitch. It was a surgeon's fault, not mine. You curse me, Magwitch. So help me, I'll do for you.
I ain't cursing you, Tooth. I'm thankful. I'm thankful to see you breaking horses for Master Compeyson. It's a sight better than breaking your fellow prisoners in Darlinghurst jail.
God damn you!
Thank you, A strange experience being waited on by that man.
Why is that?
I once used to employ the fellow. Magwitch and I go back a long way.
Really?
Where was it that first you and I met, Magwitch? Remember?
Epsom races, Master Compeyson. In the betting ring.
That's right. You'd been in Kingston jail on a vagrancy committal, so you said. Though it was my impression it was something more serious. Petty larceny, a pickpocketing charge.
I was never a pickpocket, Master Compeyson.
Have it your own way, Magwitch. Far be it from me to malign an old crony of mine. Though I suppose you never really were my crony. My employee. Well, at the races, Magwitch worked as my messenger, my legs. He laid every wager I made.
How did you find him?
Oh, loyal. Very loyal. But unlucky.
That's not his fault.
No, of course not. But one avoids the unlucky. Don't you think? Particularly when they make a habit of it.
Not everybody can be as lucky as you, Roger.
Morning.
Up there.
David, look out for this.
Has Compeyson spent the night here?
He came to dinner last night. Didn't I mention it?
Indeed you did not. But you haven't answered my question. He spent the night here, didn't he?
Father, no need to adopt that tone with me. I'm a grown woman, not a child.
Will you answer my question?
All right. Roger did spend the night here.
Where?
In the guest bedroom.
The one adjoining yours? That bed has not been slept in. Where did he sleep?
Father, you shouldn't pry into matters that can only...
Prying, is it? To try and find out whether my own daughter has been dishonored.
I thought you were an enlightened man. In matters such as these, you can hardly ask of me more than a decent reticence. How does my honor come into the question? Roger and I are engaged to be married.
The man's a cad. And you're a fool, Bridget, if you've allowed him to become your lover. It will make nonsense of your marriage vows.
Why should it? We love each other.
You love him, I mean, no doubt about that. You're infatuated, besotted with the fellow, but whether he loves you, that's much more difficult to determine.
What do you mean?
I don't wish to be cruel to you, my child, but you must ask yourself, are Roger's attentions centered on you or on your prospects? Would he still persist in wanting to marry you if you were penniless?
Of course he would. How could you suggest otherwise? How could you?
Now calm yourself.
All you ever think of is your miserable property. Perhaps there's only one answer to this. Disinherit me.
Why should I wish to disinherit my only daughter?
I'll tell you why. Because I'm Roger's lover. There. And I'm not ashamed. I'm proud of it. Why don't you disinherit me? I dare you to, Father.
Come in. What is it, Magwitch?
I've been thinking these past nights about our convicts' code. I swore a solemn oath, Master, never to speak ill of my convict mates. Never to breathe so much as a whisper about felonies and misdemeanors, law-breakings and crimes they committed, or God-forsaken varmints.
Yes, Magwitch?
I swear to you, Master, I took that oath for charity's sake. Not to protect a pack of wild mongrels from their just deserts.
Go on.
It's my abandoned duty to break that oath, Master.
You're speaking, I take it, of Compeyson.
I knowed him, Master. And I know. He can't marry into your family.
I'm afraid it's too late now, Magwitch. The marriage settlement's been drawn up and agreed to. If I tried to stand in Bridget's way now, she wouldn't hesitate. She'd elope with the fellow the next morning. So I'm afraid the matter is closed.
Now, you listen here, Master. You gotta hear me out. You won't let the marriage proceed then, I'll warn.
I will not tolerate being spoken to by a servant in that tone of voice. I appreciate your concern. But you have no right to tell me how to conduct my affairs.
Oh, thank you, Master. Hear me out.
The matter is closed, Magwitch. You can go now.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is an honorable estate, not to be undertaken lightly or wantonly to satisfy men's carnal lusts and appetites like brute beasts that have no understanding, but reverently, discreetly, soberly. I require and charge you both, as you will answer at the dreadful day of judgment, when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know of any impediment why you may not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it. For be ye well assured that so many as are coupled together otherwise than God's word doth allow are not joined together by God, neither is their matrimony lawful. Forasmuch as Bridget and Roger have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and this company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth by giving and receiving of a ring, and by joining of hands, I pronounce that they be man and wife together.
There, where are you going? Go on, get away from there.
that man up there! Don't move, any of you. If you value your lives, I said don't move! Drop it! Watch out!
Get hold of the reins, Giles! Pull him round! Giles! Giles! God!
You dunghill dog.
Do I have to remind you of the terms of the marriage settlement? You signed them, Giles. On your death, Compasson comes into the whole property.
He was to get the property anyway. I want to speak to Magwitch.
The master would like a word with you. Excuse me, Bridget. Your father would like to see you.
Of course. I'll be back in a moment.
I must now ask you to break your convict's oath, Magwitch.
Can't.
Why is that, Magwitch?
Begging your pardon, Master, but I ain't got the heart to in front of Miss Bridget.
I won't ask you then. I'll order you.
It's all right, Magwitch. No matter what you say, Roger's still my husband.
I'm afraid he ain't, Miss Bridget.
What do you mean?
He ain't your husband.
Don't be stupid, man. They've just got married.
Compasson's got a wife in the old country.
true. You can't look me in the eye and say this of Roger.
I'm afraid it's true, Miss Bridget.
Liar.
Dreadful business. You know for a fact that his wife's still living.
That I do, Master. Sure as I'm standing here for you. In this caper, he's gone through here with Miss Bridget. He's done that before. He's got an heart as cold as an iron file. I know. I'll work for him. When he first taught me to be his man and partner, he teamed up with a man called Arthur Aversham, the half-brother of a rich heiress who Compeyson decided he'd fleece by his usual method. He was married, of course, but that never stopped him. He made love to Miss Aversham and professed to be devoted to her.
So, days have worn away, have they, Pip? Are you ready to play again?
I don't think I am, ma'am.
Compeyson practiced on her affections in that systematic way that he got great sums of money from her.
What do you think that is?
I can't guess, ma'am.
It's a great cake. A bright cake. Mine.
But when the day came for the wedding, there was no bridegroom. It broke Miss Avisham's heart.
On this day of the year, long before you were born, this heap of decay was brought here. It and I have worn away together. The mice have gnawn at it. And sharper teeth than teeth of mice have gnawn at me. Come, walk with me.
Tell cook the chops are wonderful, Magwitch. Done to a T.
Father, will you excuse me? I think I'll retire.
We can't even tempt you with some of Cook's chocolate cake.
Sorry, Magwitch. Seem to have lost my appetite this evening. Good night, Father.
Good night, my child. I hope you feel better in the morning. I'm troubled by Bridget Magwitch. She's still not herself. She really set her heart on that scoundrel.
Now, what am I bid? Come on, what am I bid? Oh, come on, gentlemen. It's the last lot of these cross-Dorset horned rams from Mr. Giles Tangerton. An excellent breed. One of the best new breeds in the colony. Now, what am I bid?
4 and 6.
I have 4 and 6. 4 and 6 ahead. Any advance on 4 and 6? 4 and 9. 4 and 9 pence. I have 4 and 9 pence. It stands at 5 shillings. 5 shillings ahead. Any advance on 5 shillings? Oh, come on, gentlemen. There must be another threepence in this lot. No? You all done? Pen lot number 15 brought down to Mr. James at 5 shillings ahead.
We got a good price for them all, Magwitch. Giles should be well content.
Before you go, Mr. Jessup, sir, could I ask you a small favour? There's a matter on which I'd be grateful for your advice. As a lawyer. Howsomever, I'm planning to settle a small sum of money on someone back in the old country.
What, a relative of yours?
I know Mr. Jessup, sir. He's an orphan boy.
I see. So this money would be settled with a view to adopting the lad.
That's what I've in mind to.
You're a lifer, aren't you, Magwitch?
Yes, sir, I am.
Well, since you can't go back to England, that means the boy would have to come out here. He's living in an orphanage, you say?
No, Mr. Jessup. He's living with his sister. She's married to a blacksmith.
Well, the blacksmith's his legal guardian. Would he be in favor of your adopting the boy?
I don't rightly know, sir.
I don't like your chances. You would need a very considerable sum of money to settle on the boy before anyone would be persuaded this adoption was in the boy's real interest. It pains me to have to remind you of this, Magwitch, but your past is a heavy strike against you. An ex-convict is not regarded as a suitable person for the upbringing of children.
Who was King of England in 1588? I don't know. Then try and remember who defeated the Spanish Armada. I don't know. He doesn't know anything. There wasn't any King of England in 1588, you stupid boy. We had a queen then, Queen Elizabeth. I'm not playing with you anymore. You're ignorant.
Pip, come over here. Pip, have you never had any schooling?
Yes, ma'am. I go to evening school at Mrs. Wopsle's.
One of those notorious dame schools. Have you ever learnt anything there? Can you read and write?
No, ma'am.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Blacksmith, ma'am.
Speak up, boy.
I said a blacksmith, ma'am.
Good day, Mr. Jagger.
Oh, Miss Havisham. Estella? And whom have we here?
A boy.
A boy of the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
How do you come to be here?
I play with Estella, sir. More's the pity.
Well, behave yourself. I have a large experience of boys, and you're a bad set of fellows.
Estella, Mr. Jaggers and I have some business to attend to. Would you show Pip out?
Bye, Estella. Am I still pretty? Yes. Am I still insulting? Not so much as you were the last time. Now, you coarse little monster. What do you think of me now? Why don't you cry again, you little wretch? 'Cause I'll never cry for you again.
No purpose. It's just everything.
Not exactly, Uncle. No intentions I'm afraid of. Startling, of course, we could be a puppy for a little girl.
Well, this Havisham has made no offer. There's always the forge. Has the boy any objection to it? Does he like the trade?
Objections?
Yes, objections.
Such as the trade being liable to black and soot or such like? Not to my knowledge.
You think he wants to be a blacksmith?
It were the wish of his own heart.
Yes, Pip?
I want to learn to read and write.
That's why you're being sent to evening school at Mrs. Wopsle's, ain't it?
I'll never learn there.
Then what am I wasting twopence a week sending you for?
Mrs. Wopsle don't teach.
Well, what does she do?
She sleeps most of the time.
What does she do when she wakes up?
She wallops us all with a birch rod. Honest, Biddy.
Do you know your alphabet?
How can I learn it? We've only got one alphabet book, and all the middle pages are torn out. There's no letters between E, F, G and X, Y, Z.
That won't do.
Please, Biddy. You know how to read and write. You can teach me.
Why do you suddenly want to learn now?
I have a particular reason for wishing to get on in life.
Nights like these puts me in mind of my tramping days back in the old country. I used to have a wife and child, Daniel.
In the days when you was tramping?
Wasn't much life for a woman, mine. Traipsing from parish to parish, workhouse to workhouse. She was a gypsy. She never knew any other. My firstborn came into the world under an hedge near Barnstaple.
The deuce she did. No doctor, no midwife.
The only midwife we had was an old short-horn cow who watched us from the meadow next door.
Short-horn cow.
The life we had wasn't much different from those black fellas down by the creek there. Poach a bit of game when we could, sleep out in the fields at night.
And what become of your wife and child?
I lost track of them once they threw me in jail. It's what I miss most on this side of the world. The family. Even black fellas got families.
Here,
lad.
Two tankards of draft, thank you.
Hey, your ticket of leave's been gazetted.
Years, I'll be free as a bird.
Oh, you lucky devil. Come on. Hey, drinks all round, folks. It's on the house. He's got his ticket of leave.
Congratulations, matey.
No longer an assigned servant, eh? Now you can choose your own master.
Thank you. I've no complaints about my master. Charles Dickens is the best master in the colony.
Something's disturbed the dogs.
I'll go and see. Shut your noise.
There.
Go away. I have to speak with you, Bridget.
We have nothing to say to each other. If you don't go away, I'll call my father.
Then call him.
What in heaven's name possessed you to come back? Here, of all places. You know if my father finds you.
See, Bridget. I have to speak to you.
Speak then. Nothing you can say can retrieve what you've done to me. You put me through that marriage service knowing all the time it was nothing but a farce. A fraud, the most hideous charade. You have disgraced and humiliated me in front of all my family and friends. Why, Roger? What are you, a fool? A cynic? A rogue? What are you?
The man who loves you.
Why didn't you tell me you were married?
You'd have banished me. And I wanted you.
You had no right to want me.
Couldn't help that.
You sure it was me you wanted? Not simply my father's property.
No, it was you, Bridget. It's always been you. Why do you think I would risk everything to come back here now? It's still you I want.
I don't believe you, Roger.
Bridget? Bridget?
Dearest Father, I know how this will shock you. I'm going to live with Roger Compson. I believe the woman to whom he is married is quite unworthy of him, and he has promised to institute divorce proceedings against her. Roger and I love one another. Please do not try and have me followed and brought back.
Margaret. Bridget has eloped with Compson.
If you'd left him much longer, your horse would have been lame.
Blow the fire, old Clem. Roaring drier, soaring higher, old Clem.
What's the boy singing?
That's the song of St. Clement, patron saint of blacksmiths.
Hammer it round, old Clem.
With a ring-a-ling sound, oh Clem, beat it out, oh Clem, with a song and a shout, oh Clem.
Miss Havisham sent a message through Uncle Pumblechook. Next time Pip visits the manor, she wants you, Joe, to accompany him.
Me? She ain't never met me before.
No, doll. Who said she'd ever met you before? She wants to meet you now.
Pip has been a good boy here, and this is his reward. Of course, as an honest man, Mr. Carter, you'll expect no more.
This is very liberal of you, ma'am. And it is, as such, received and grateful welcome. Though never looked for, far nor near nor nowhere.
Goodbye, Pip.
Am I to come come again, Miss Havisham?
No. Now you're to be apprenticed. Joe Gargery here is your master. Let them out, Estella.
Well, and what did she give to his nibs?
She gave him nothing. Did she, Pip? Oh! What she gave expressly into the hands of his sister, Mrs. J. Gargery.
How much have we got then?
What would present company say to £10?
They'd say pretty well. Not too well, but pretty well.
It's more than that, then?
It's more than that, Mum. Go on, Joe.
What would present company say to £20?
Handsome would be the word.
Well, then, it's more than £20.
It's more than that, Mum. Go on, Joseph.
And to put an end to it, it's 5 and 20 guineas.
5 and 20 guineas, Mum. And as I always say, no more than your merits deserve. Oh, I wish you joy. Well, now you see, Joseph and wife. I am one of them that always goes through with what is begun. This boy must be bound. That's my way. Bound out of hand.
And you hereby agree to abide by these indentures and bind yourself to your master for a period of 7 years.
I do, sir.
Sign here.
Translated and written this time.
Hey, give me a beer, please.
Sure thing.
I'm looking for a man named Compison. I heard he moved up this way.
A lot of people moved up this way. I'll be a shilling, thanks.
Compison. Spoke to him this morning. Tells me he's given up his lease.
He never ever worked it, did he?
I reckon he thought the gold would just be lying on the ground. Set him back a bit to find you had to dig for it.
Compason's better with a pack of cards than a pick and shovel.
Is it likely I might be finding him?
Just follow the river till you reach town. He's putting up at the 4 and A.
Well, thank you. Good day.
There are plenty of other gentlemen who aren't afraid of soiling their hands.
Well, I'm not one of them.
I've always been able to make a living without descending to manual labor.
So using your hands is a descent, is it?
You have very strange standards for a man who's worked in a chain gang.
Why does it give you such satisfaction? Draw attention to my past.
It gives me no satisfaction.
There's no reason why I should have to put up with these insults, you know. If you find my style of living isn't to your taste, then I suggest you return to your father.
You know quite well that alternative is no longer open to me.
I know nothing of the sort. Bridget, I do believe you're becoming a bit of a tippler. I wouldn't drink any more if I were you.
It's just about the only way I can find you tolerable. Viewed through an alcoholic haze.
Bravo. Very good. I told you never to contact me here. It's important. What is it?
Drinks all around! Drinks for everybody! Choose your poison whenever you like, ladies and gentlemen. Be our main host. That should cover it.
Look, I know you've made a lucky strike, but you won't have any left if you throw it round like that.
You seem to be a very skillful player, sir.
Lady Luck.
We'll
just have to be patient.
We're full.
Four, thanks.
Ian? Oh, it's three.
Ladies. Beautiful ladies. I got a message for all you beautiful ladies down there. 100 guineas for the best looking woman in the room.
Pardon me, Godfrey. It is Smithers Bend. £1. Will you be covering that pound, Godfrey? There's a pound. I'll raise you 5.
you're suffering from brewer's droop.
I'm suffering from nothing but abstinence.
Get him out of here before we got a brawl on our hands.
Not exactly the most subtle way of approaching a woman. You'll find it, take it, don't worry.
Take it easy, Dicker. Come on.
Your hands off me.
Ladies and gentlemen! Now, some of you have fallen on good times, I know. Yes, and so you'll be able to sympathize with one who has been less fortunate. My husband has died, leaving me penniless.
So you're a merry widow now.
And so I am forced to auction his belongings.
What, second hand?
What am I bid for this fine leather suitcase inscribed in gold with my late husband's initials, completely lined with shantung? Oh, dear.
If you'll excuse me for a moment, gentlemen, it appears my wife is somewhat overwrought. I think I'll just go and pacify her.
You gotta pacify me first, Compasson.
What are you talking about?
Lady Luck. That's what made you such a winner, huh?
Him, a winner. I'd have called him a natural loser. Ah, but he's sharp. You can never tell whether you're playing with your cards or his.
Get upstairs and quiet down, Mrs. Compasson.
And now, to resume our auction then. I have this excellent pair of English leather riding boots. What am I bid?
Calm
What am I bid, ladies and gentlemen? Leave me alone. Put me down!
Calm down!
You swine!
Miss Tankerton!
Oh,
my God.
Miss Bridget?
For as much as it hath pleased God in his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear sister Bridget here departed, we therefore commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, ensuring certain hope of resurrection to eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. Sad business. The girl had no relatives?
The father hails from Campbelltown, Reverend. He'll be mustering at the present moment. It'll break his poor old heart.
Well, I'd better be getting along. Could I trouble you for my fee?
Sorry, Reverend. I clean forgot.
A good day to you.
Good day. boy. Whoa. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on, good boy. Good boy. Come on. Okay.
Well, Pip, what do you think of that?
Blacksmith's trade may have its drawbacks. One thing it's done for you, Pip, old chap. It's built you into a fine strapping young fellow.
Do I look dirty, Biddy?
Of course you don't.
No matter how hard I scrub, I can never seem to get the coal dust out of the pores of my skin.
You're imagining it.
I wish I was never taken up by Miss Havisham. I'd be a lot more contented. Nobody would have told me I was common.
Who told you were common? The beautiful young lady at Miss Havisham's.
I had a dream about her the other night. I was working in the forge with a black face and hands when she poked her head through one of the windows.
Well, she's not likely to do that. She's in France, isn't she? At finishing school. Hey, what happened in the dream?
Nothing, really. She just jeered at me and despised me. Biddy. I wish I was a gentleman.
Oh, I wouldn't if I were you. I don't think it would answer.
What do you mean?
Don't you think you're happier as you are?
I'm looking for a blacksmith who goes by the name of Joseph or Joe Carteret.
That be me, sir. You have an apprentice, commonly known as, Pip. Is this him? Yes, sir. Then down to business. My name is Jaggers. I'm a lawyer from London. I act for someone whose name I'm expressly forbidden to divulge, except to say that I act as a confidential agent. No less, no more. Understand? I understand, sir. Oh, Joseph Gargery. I'm the bearer of an offer to relieve you of this young man, your apprentice. Are you prepared to cancel his indentures at his request for his own good and want nothing for so doing? Lord forbid I should want anything for standing in Pip's way. Lord forbidding is pious, but not to the purpose. Would you want anything? Do you want anything? No. Very well, then. Recollect that admission and do not go from it presently. Who's going to try? I don't say anyone is. But bear in mind that Bragg is a good dog, but Holdfast is better. Bear that in mind, would you? Now I return to this young fellow. And the communication I have to make is that he has great expectations. I'm instructed to communicate to him that he will come into a handsome property. And it is the desire of his benefactor that he should be removed immediately from his present sphere of life and be brought up as a gentleman. Now you to understand, Mr. Pip, that the name of your benefactor is to remain a profound secret until he chooses to reveal it.
Now, this is a very sweet article for summer wear. An article much in vogue with the nobility and gentry, and would reflect honor on a distinguished fellow townsman. Such a noisy young scoundrel.
I am empowered to mention only that it is the intention of your benefactor to reveal it by word of mouth to yourself. But when or where, I cannot say. You must know that, although I use the term expectations more than once, you are not endowed with expectations only. There is already in my hands a sum of money amply sufficient for your suitable education and maintenance. It is considered that you must be better educated in accordance with your altered position, and that you will proceed to London by the end of the month for that purpose.
Thanks be to fortune. And may she ever pick out her favorites with equal judgment.
To fortune.
To fortune. To fortune.
Forget us now, you're a gentleman.
Oh, no, won't. Never, old chap. We're the best of friends. That's right.
What's the boy like?
He's not a boy anymore, you know. He's a young man. Jaggers says he's a very personable young fellow.
Thank you, sir.
But are you sure you know what you're doing?
Meaning what, Mr. Jessup, sir?
You take a blacksmith's boy and make him into a gentleman, Magwitch. He may not turn out as you expect.
Gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. Thank you. Thank you, John. You're all aware why we have called this meeting. In the last 3 months, this district has been plagued by the worst outbreak of cattle stealing we have ever known. Giles Tankerton here has lost over 200 head of cattle. Joshua Peabody, 350 sheep. John Milestone, a flock of over 500. Now, the thefts are on such a scale, we have to take action.
I'm new to the district, sir, but surely this is a matter for the police?
Campbelltown has only 1 sergeant and 1 constable. They can't possibly cover an area
Joshua?
of 80 square miles.
Lieutenant
Camden has a
Hodges.
constable.
He used to be aide to the
Authorities
commandant of Darlinghurst Jail. Just purchased 2 properties next to Magwitch's.
What are you proposing, Sedley?
That the principal squatters and graziers of the district band together and form a stock protection society. The society will offer a substantial reward for information leading to the apprehension of the thieves.
You have my support. And mine.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, Lieutenant.
I would suggest that membership of the society be restricted to free settlers. If we are setting ourselves up as vigilantes and law enforcers, it would seem inappropriate for ex-convicts to be eligible.
Is it the wish of this meeting that emancipists be excluded?
Indeed, it is not. Abel Magwitch is the most successful grazier in Campbelltown. He has more land and more stock than any of us. It would be a travesty to exclude him.
I agree with Giles. To bar emancipists would be a retrograde and divisive step.
Those in favor of excluding emancipists from the society? Those against? The motion is carried.
Well, gentlemen, if Abel Magwitch is not a fit person to belong to your society, neither is Giles Tankerton. Good day to you. Envy, Magwitch. Never underestimate it. It's a more potent force in human affairs than most men care to admit.
Come in.
Excuse me, Master Magwitch. One of the stock boys came in a few minutes ago. 40 head of cattle have disappeared from the West Paddock.
How long they been gone? Was it the day before yesterday, boss? 36 hours, maybe.
Where would they be headed, do you reckon?
40 head of cattle. Wouldn't be that easy to dispose of.
Good day to you, Master Magwitch.
Good day to you. I don't recall we met.
Name's Marley. Andrew Marley. I'm overseer for Lieutenant Hodges. But we have met before. In those days you were 4918. SS Oodley.
That was my number behind the walls.
Strange you should have forgotten me. I was the trooper who strapped you up to be flogged.
I remember now. You mind telling me why you're patrolling my boundary with a shotgun?
Oh, you share this fence with Lieutenant Hodges. It's his boundary I'm patrolling, not yours.
I see.
The Stock Protection Society has authorised boundary riders to carry firearms. Good day to you, Master Magwitch. Oh, Magwitch. Something I remember from your charge sheet at Darlinghurst. What was it now? Correct me if I'm wrong. Your first conviction. Sheep stealing? Cheeky bastard.
Of course he's right. The first crime I ever committed, may the Lord forgive me. When I stole one of them little black-faced border sheep from a farmer down in Essex. I had a wife and child at the time. We were camping under a bridge at Chelmsford. We lived for a week off that sheep. Very tasty it was, too.
I never knew you had a wife.
Well, strictly speaking, maybe I ain't.
What do you mean?
I don't know where the practice came from, but amongst the poor in the old country, if you couldn't afford a marriage license, you got married over a broomstick. You swore to be true to one another, and in front of witnesses, you jumped over the broomstick.
And that made you man and wife?
That's right.
How quaint. And you jumped over the broomstick, Magwitch?
No, I did.
Now, Jessup, would such a practice be legal?
Who cares whether it's legal or not? If my Molly's alive, so help me, she's still my wife.
You consider it binding, then?
Well, I gave my word, didn't I? That's my brand. Whomsoever nicked them has tried to burn it out. But I can still make out part of the M.
Eh? What was your brand?
An M in a circle.
Can't see no M in a circle there. There's an HL here. Anyway, matey, this lot's been sold now. Just wait to be picked up.
Who was the vendor?
HL. Harry Luke. See? HL.
On information supplied by Abel Magwitch, not, I might add, a member of this society, our prime suspect appears to be a mysterious dealer who goes under the name of Luke. However, as we all know, gentlemen, cattle thieves are as adept at changing their names as changing the brands on other people's cattle. So the name doesn't signify very much.
What's the man's description?
Vague, to say the least. He is reputed to be big and bearded.
Where are you from?
Sydney town, sir.
You looking for work?
Nah, we're Romany, sir.
You want your fortune told? Cross me palm with silver, sir, and see what Providence has in store for you.
Providence has treated me well, Granny.
Oh, show us your hands, sir. You can spare a threepenny piece, a gentleman like yourself. Oh, half-crown. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, there's wealth in this hand. Fine, strong lifeline. Aha! You married?
Dorothy, like yourself, Granny.
Is that so? Oh, she's a looker, if I'm not mistaken. Handsome woman, eh?
That's my Molly. Is she still living?
Oh, yes, they're alive as you and me. And she's doing very well, sir. She's living with...
And with who?
Oh, I don't rightly know, sir.
You're not telling me any stories, Granny.
Oh, no, sir, and why would I? Oh, cross me heart and hope to die if ever a false word passed me lips.
What's this? That? I use it to poke the fire.
It's a branding iron, ain't it?
Maybe.
Where'd you get it?
Place we camped last night. Chinaman's Creek. Place is 7 miles from the hospital. Just inside the gorge. You lead the way.
Who told you, Molly?
Heard it from the gypsies. Magwitch and Tankerton are raiding the place tonight.
What hide the fellow's got? If he has a real lead, why weren't we informed? Surely a matter for the Stock Protection Society.
Magwitch was excluded, if you remember.
He's probably concocted the whole thing as a cover for his own activities.
I don't know what activities you're referring to, Lieutenant. If you're suggesting that Magwitch, a man who now possesses considerably more property than you and I, would need to poach cattle from his neighbors in order to make a living, then I think you're laboring under a grotesque misapprehension. It would be amusing if it weren't so malicious.
He has been a convict.
And you, Odgers, have been a jailer.
I fail to see the relevance of that remark.
Surely neither occupation would appeal to a gentleman. What would you say, Joshua?
I've nothing to contribute on that score. What concerns me, gentlemen, is this. If Magwitch should go out and catch this Luke fellow, it's going to make the Stock Protection Society look very foolish.
Do you know where Magwitch was heading?
It's an abandoned shanty the other side of Chinaman's Creek.
You've got to hand it to Compeyson. He always read a beautiful hand. Real copper plate.
Always got him into trouble, poor fella. He gets so distressed whenever he ran across a badly written signature he couldn't stop himself rewriting it.
There's other forgers in the colony. What makes you so sure it's Compey?
It's got to be. Money's gone and Compey's skipped. He sailed for Southampton last Saturday.
I'm calling on Harry Luke to surrender. We have 6 armed men surrounding the house. We'll hold our fire till the women and children have left the premises.
We ain't got no Harry Luke in here.
You're lying. I just saw him through the window.
You must be mistaken. See for yourselves.
All right, then. Come out of there.
I'll take that.
Where's the big fella?
Who?
The one with the beard.
Magwitch here. The horses are over there.
Come on.
There's a man on the roof. On my word. He's right.
That's Harry Luke, eh? Might have known it. Solomon Tooth.
Sake, man, hold your fire! If you haven't the stomach
You've
for it,
shot
sure.
Giles Tankerton.
Oh, Master. Listen carefully, Magwitch. I'm making you my heir.
No, Master, no. You're strong. You'll be all right.
Quiet. I've got no relatives. But you've got your young gentleman, Magwitch. And there's your wife.
I've checked through the records of the murder trial for you, but I don't think it's going to be much help in tracing her. It is 20 years ago, don't forget. The Crown alleged that Molly strangled a certain Agnes Halliday in a barn on Hounslow Heath.
That barn was at the back of Comperson's lodgings. Agnes was one of Comperson's fancy women. I'll warrant Comperson had his reasons for wanting to get rid of her, but Molly had none.
Be that as it may. The Crown also suggested that Molly tried to take her own child's life.
That's a pack of lies.
I know my own wife.
She was a good mother.
I believe you, Magwitch. None of it stood up in court. She was acquitted on all counts.
Is that all?
One last item. In a way, it is the most interesting of all.
What's that?
You know your lawyer friend in London, the one you appointed as Mr. Pip's guardian?
Jaggers?
Yes, Jaggers. He was the man who defended Molly.
I had occasion to defend a celebrated thief only last week. I said to him, "You know my house. No bolt is ever drawn there. Why don't you try your burgling skills on me? Come, can't I tempt you?" Not a peep out of him. Not one of them gentlemen would be bold enough to try.
But you, sir, have a very special relationship with the criminal classes. You surely wouldn't advise us to leave our doors unbolted.
No, indeed I wouldn't. You know, the city of London is reputed to have 1 million inhabitants, 100,000 of which make their living on crime, principally from thieving. It would be interesting to know which of you young gentlemen would acquit himself best if attacked by a footpad. I fancy it would be between you and Drummle. You have the bill.
He has a real blacksmith's forearm.
But Drummle has the requisite ruthlessness, I fancy. Talking of strength, let me show you a wrist. Molly, show them your wrists.
Master, please don't.
Show them both your wrists, Molly. Come on, show them. See? There's power there. It's remarkable, the force of grip that's in these hands. I've had occasion to notice many hands. I've seldom seen stronger, in that respect, man's or woman, than those. All right, Molly. You've been admired. Now you may go. Shall we eat?
Why do you do it, Master?
Do what, Molly?
Harp on how strong my wrists are, as if you really thought I was a strangler.
Oh, that was the charge, wasn't it?
But I was found innocent.
Of course you were. I was your barrister.
Had my innocence nothing to do with it?
In the eyes of the law, very little, I'm afraid. You see, Molly, you're a gypsy, a vagrant, a danger to yourself and to society.
Me? A danger?
And you're a danger to me, Molly. If I wasn't such a confirmed bachelor, I'd be tempted to marry you.
Please don't say that, sir. I know my place. I'm your housekeeper. Your mistress. I can never be your wife.
Mr. Jaggers,
I have nothing more to say to you.
But we thought, Mr. Jaggers.
That's what I told you not to do. You thought. I think for you. That's enough for you. I need to know no more than I already know.
But with respect,
If I hear so much as one more word from you, I shall throw up the case. Good morning, Willie. Greedy Mill. An Australian postmark, I see.
I think you'd better read it yourself. It's a somewhat delicate situation, isn't it, sir?
Delicate? I don't see that it's in the least bit delicate. A broomstick marriage is not recognized in law. He has no claim on her. No claim whatsoever.
Well, how do you suggest we reply to him?
It's quite simple, really. We inform him that the lady in question has changed her name. Her surname, that is. That straight after the trial, she suffered such severe mental distress that she was advised to give away her child. Hence, she herself has no more knowledge of the whereabouts of the child than he. Conclude by saying she has no desire whatsoever to renew the criminal connections in which he involved her during their relationship. She has no wish to hear of him ever again.
Well, Mr. Jessup, sir, there's only one thing left to me now.
Young Mr. Pip. Although he's not so young anymore, I suppose. He must be attaining his majority soon.
Mr. Jessup, sir.
Mr. Magwitch, sir.
Now that my boy's near as no matter a grown-up man, how much should he be living on? Bearing in mind always I wouldn't want it less than is customary for other young London gentlefolk.
Aha! 21 years old. Congratulations, Pip. Take a seat. Well, now. Now then, I want you to take this, and hold of it, unfold it, and tell me what it is.
It's a banknote. £500.
A handsome sum of money, don't you think?
How could I think otherwise?
Answer the question.
Undoubtedly.
You think it undoubtedly a handsome sum of money? Well, that handsome sum of money, Mr. Pip, is yours. A present to you on this day in earnest of your expectations. And at the rate of that handsome sum of money per annum, and at no other rate, you are to live until you meet your patron and benefactor.
When is my benefactor to be made known to me?
I must revert to the evening we first met each other in your village. What did I say to you then?
You said it was a question I could never ask.
Goodbye, Pip.
Bye, sir.
But why, my dear fellow, does it have to be kept such a profound secret?
I often wonder that myself.
What wealthy people did you know in your childhood?
Well, no one. That is, except Miss Havisham. But I don't think it could be her.
Why not?
Well, when I turned 12 and began my apprenticeship, she never intervened.
Yeah. Oh, chap. Oh, you have that grow, that swell, that gentlefolk. You are an honor to your king and country.
Come in, Joe. Give me your hat.
No, sir.
Where with you, sir?
Joe, you mustn't call me sir. Well, come in. You must stay and have tea with us.
Don't think, Pip, old chap, I ain't conscious of the honour of breaking windows in the company and abode of a gentleman, but my reason for being here is to give you a message. Miss Havisham, I want you to know that Estella's come back from France and will be glad to see you.
Stella? Well, please, come in.
Pip, dear old chap, you and me as two figures not to be seen alone in London or anywhere else, but what is private and been known and understood among friends. Keep well.
Joe?
I'm wrong in these clothes. I'm wrong out in the forge, the kitchen of the marshes.
No, you're not, Joe.
You won't find half so much fault in me if, supposing you should ever wish to see me, you come and put your head in the forge window. See us there in the old burnt apron, sticking to the old work. God bless you, dear old Pip. Old chap. God bless.
Beauty, sir, a true English rose. Miss Estella is the toast of London.
How old would she be now? Say it again. Another round thing.
What would you say, Mr. Bobson?
22, 23, no more.
And she's Miss Havisham's daughter, you say?
Not her natural daughter, sir. Miss Havisham never married.
But at one time she was engaged to be married, was she not? And if my memory serves me right, that marriage was broken off precisely 24 years ago.
I don't rightly get your drift, sir.
Why could not the child be hers? It is possible, surely. Who is to say whether she was with child or not at the time she was jilted?
It fits, you know, Uncle. Why did she board up the house and lock herself away like that?
She was grief-stricken.
She could also have been covering up the birth of her child.
A child born out of wedlock?
No, I won't have it. It's a mischievous conjecture, sir. Miss Havisham would never give herself to a man before marriage.
That's something only known to Miss Havisham herself. And the man she was to have married.
It's a great pleasure to see you. I've looked forward to it for a long time.
Do you find her much changed?
Not really. She's...
You're not going to say she resembles the older Stella, Pip. The one you found so proud and disdainful you wanted to go away from her, don't you remember?
That was long ago.
I'm sure I was most disagreeable.
Has he changed?
Very much.
You remember the first time I met you? At the gates. You were so cheeky to poor old Pumblechook.
I must have been a singular little creature.
Do you remember?
I don't, I'm afraid. If the heart has anything to do with memory, then I'm afraid I'm quite heartless.
You don't look heartless.
Looks can be deceiving. Believe me, Pip, sentiment has always seemed nonsense to me. Well, shall we take another turn around the garden? You shall be my page and give me your arm to lean on.
To see you, Ma.
You can leave us, Estella. Well, Compy. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I always expected you'd turn up here on my doorstep.
I've often thought of you.
I've often thought of you, too. Do you remember this room?
It had a few less cobwebs in my day.
Roger, this is what's left of our wedding feast. For years it was my fancy that when I died I should be laid out on this table, still in this shroud of a wedding dress. Sick fancies, they make me shudder now, even at the recollection.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? For what?
For the injury I've done you.
You surprise me. Looking at you now, I wonder what I ever saw in you.
Well, I was a younger gentleman then.
Oh, pardon me. But the one thing you could never be mistaken for is a gentleman. One lesson I have learned in my years here is this, that no man who is not a true gentleman at heart is ever since the world began a true gentleman in manner. No varnish can hide the grain of the wood. And the more varnish you put on, the more the grain will express itself. Oh, Roger, you were always a showy man. A man for the purpose.
What purpose?
Dare ask you who planned my seduction step by step. What did I see in you? Recklessness. Danger. My own ruin, I suppose.
I thought you loved me.
Will you take tea, Mother?
Mr. Compeyson is not staying. Thank you, my dear.
Your daughter's a very handsome young woman. She's a great credit to you.
Thank you.
She's very like you at the same age.
Do you think so?
Oh, yes. The cheekbones, the color of her hair, the way she moves. And for a fleeting instant, I felt that...
What are you going to say?
Something about her eyes, their color, the expression in them reminded me.
Yes?
Well, curiously enough, they reminded me of myself.
Oh, yes. That would please you, wouldn't it?
Of course, it would please me to have a daughter.
To have a hold on me, to worm your way back into my life and through Estella. What are you contemplating?
Please,
Don't deny I was once your lover, Roger. But our love was all delusion. It brought neither marriage nor fulfillment of any kind.
That is exactly what I would expect you to say if you were the mother of Estella and I the father.
You have no claim on me, Roger, or on my daughter.
Well, I reserve judgment on that question.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
Good day to you.
That'll be all, thanks, Pepper. I've never felt worse in my life. I'm not sleeping well. I seem to be off my food. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I do.
What's that?
You're in love.
Welcome to London.
Thank you.
This is my dance, I believe. Ever could you see him drum?
Don't ask me, Pip. I've never liked the fellow. He has absolutely nothing to recommend him except money. And a ridiculous roll of addle-headed predecessors.
Nights at the theatre, balls and clubs and eating houses. I must say, your young gentleman's developing some very expensive tastes.
Them things I never had. Nor ever knew of. But I want young Pip to have 'em.
That's all very well, but £500 a year is a most liberal allowance. Whiskey?
I thank you.
Pip must learn to live within his means.
His means is my means.
There I must beg to differ from you, Magwitch. Surely you don't want to spoil the boy. The last time you saw him, he was 8 years old. Now he's 23.
He's still the same boy.
Is he? You've taken him out of his class, removed him from his occupation, showered him with gifts and money. He's been told he'll inherit a vast amount of property, that he has, in fact, great expectations.
So?
What do you think he'll feel when he finds out the source of all his wealth?
I've a mind he'll think well of me.
Don't count on it. He could very well despise you, Magwitch. You have no idea what he's like now. He could be a good-for-nothing, a snob, a wastrel.
No. No. Not my boy.
Tell me, Courtney, if I come this far and work so hard for naught.
For a man whose start was stealing turnips.
What I done is worked out and paid for.
I know that, but look at you now. One of the richest men in New South Wales.
Sometimes I still see myself, the poor penniless varmint they brought out here in leg irons.
You of all people saying that. What's wrong with you, Magwitch? You got a reason. You got your young gentleman.
It's 15 years since I last set eyes on him. I'm nearly 60. Time's running out. I'm an old bird now. Was dead all manner of traps since first I was fledged. So, maybe I gotta dare this last trap.
And what, pray, is this last trap? Can the prisoner explain himself?
I want to see my young gentleman.
No, that's forbidden, Magwitch. You're a lifer. If you go back to England, you forfeit everything.
There's someone down there, is there?
Aye.
What floor do you want?
The top. Mr. Pip.
Well, that's my name. There's nothing the matter.
Nothing the matter.
Hey, what is your business?
My business. I'll explain my business, by your leave.
Excuse me, who are you?
It's disappointing for a man to look forward so distant and travel so far. You're not to blame. No one about, is there?
Look here. I don't know what you're doing here.
I wouldn't, Mr. Pip. You're a game one. I'm glad you grown up game, but don't catch hold of me. You'd be sorry afterwards to have done it. You young dog. What fat cheeks you got, eh?
It's you.
You acted nobly, and I'd never forgot it.
Keep off. If you're grateful to me for what I did as a little child, I hope you've shown your gratitude by mending your way of life. But surely you must understand.
You were saying it. Surely I must understand. Surely must I understand.
That I cannot wish to renew a chance acquaintance of so long ago. I'm glad you've begun on a new life, but our ways are different ways nonetheless. You look weary. Would you like to have a drink before you go?
Drink, thank you. Before I go.
I'm sorry if I spoke harshly just now. I didn't mean to. I wish you well. Happy. How are you living?
I've been a sheep farmer, stock breeder, other trades besides, often Australian.
You've done well?
I've done wonderful well. Others that went out along with me have done well too, but no man I know of has done near as well as me.
Do you remember sending me £2 notes? A friend of yours brought them, a man with a file.
Oh, I do.
I was a poor boy then, and they seemed a little fortune. But, like you, I've done well since too, and I must let you pay them back.
I'll be so bold as to ask how you've done so well since you and me was out in them lone shivering marshes.
I've been chosen to succeed to some property.
Might a mere varmint ask what property?
I don't really know.
Could I make a guess, I wonder, at your income since you've come of age? Could it be £500? Concerning a guardian. It ought to have been a guardian or some such like, whilst you was a minor, some lawyer, maybe. With that lawyer's name, the Jaggers.
I told him when he first arrived in Portsmouth that I could not see him. He was threatening to visit my chambers.
Really?
I expressly forbade it, of course.
I hope you think I did right to give him Mr. Pip's address.
That remains to be seen, Fleming.
He promised that hereafter all communication with us should be through Mr. Pip. I felt the least we owed the poor fellow was...
We owe Magwitch nothing, Wemmick. I made it perfectly clear to him when he first hinted that he might return to this country what he might expect. I told him there was no likelihood of him obtaining a pardon, that he was expatriated for the term of his natural life, and that his presenting himself in this country was an act of felony, rendering him liable to the extreme penalty of the law.
In your view, then, Mr. Jaggers, we can no longer act for him.
Act for him? We can no longer acknowledge that the man exists. We can't even admit that we know he's here. If we do, we make ourselves party to his felony.
Well, then, where does that leave our young friend, Mr. Pip?
That's a nice question, Mr. Wemmick. Ah, Molly. Now then, what new culinary delight have you prepared for us tonight?
Yeah, Pip. It makes me proud to see you in these lodgings of yourn. Look at all your books on them shelves. Mounting up by hundreds. That's what kept me going, dear boy. I might be on the other side of the world, but I kept it steady afore my mind that one day I'll come back, see my boy, make myself known to him on his own ground. I know the risks I took, but it was worth it.
Risks?
I was transported for life, dear boy. It's death to come back. I should have a certainty if he ain't. If took. Don't worry, dear boy. I'm only in danger if informed against. Apart from ourselves, there's only two persons in the world who knows I've come back to the old country, Wemmick and Jaggers. And I employ them both. I'm a heavy grubber, dear boy. Always was. It would have been in my constitution to be a lighter grubber. I might have got into lighter trouble. You ain't looked forward to this as I have, dear boy. You weren't prepared for this as I was. Didn't you ever think it might be me?
No. It never entered my head.
Who do you think it was, then?
I don't know. I thought perhaps it might have been a Miss Havisham.
Miss Havisham? Do you know Miss Havisham?
Yes. Yes, I used to play with her little girl as a child.
She had a daughter? I thought you said Miss Havisham.
Well, she's not her daughter. She's her ward. Miss Havisham adopted her. I thought she intended us for each other. I was wrong. It was just the coincidence that you and Miss Havisham have the same lawyer, I suppose.
Jaggers?
Yes. Don't worry, it's only my roommate.
Since when have you been locking... Oh, hello, I beg your pardon.
Herbert Pocket, allow me to introduce my uncle, Mr. Provis.
It's a pleasure. I didn't know you had an uncle.
Molly, I don't want to alarm you, but there's a rumour around Newgate that an old associate of yours has returned to London.
An old associate?
A close associate. Now, Molly, for your own good, I must warn you against having anything to do with him. Should he have the temerity to come to this house, you are not to open the door. He's a wanted man. Do you understand? I'll be dining at 7.
Compy.
Many a long year since you and I laid eyes on each other. Eh, Molly? Will you not invite me in?
No, Mr. Compeyson. You've only ever brought me trouble. I've been warned not to let you into this house.
Warned by whom?
My master.
Oh, yes. I'd heard you were in service to Mr. Jaggers. A very eminent lawyer, I understand. Does he treat you well? Eh?
Well enough.
Better than Magwitch.
Damn you, Compy. May old Nick strike you dumb for your evil tongue. Magwitch was a good man. I'd be with him still if he hadn't been transported.
Does he know you're living here with Jaggers?
Magwitch? I've seen neither hide nor hair of him. Cross my heart, not in 20 years.
You're lying, Molly. Jaggers has been in communication with him all this time.
Deliver it to Jaggers. It's a very important document, dear boy. Don't give it to Wemmick or any of the underclerks. Only Jaggers.
I understand.
Over there in Australia, in every single thing I went for, I used to say, Lord, strike a blight on it if it ain't for Pip. And it all prospered wonderful. If I put you under oath, Herbert, not to say a word to no one whomsoever, I'll tell you what's in that document.
I give you my word.
It's my last will and testament. Now I see my boy, I know what he's made of. I'm leaving him everything I got.
Now, Pip, be careful.
I will, sir.
Do not commit yourself and don't commit anyone else. Anyone, do you understand? You haven't told me anything. I don't want to know anything. I'm not curious.
I merely came to deliver you this. I have been told.
Do you say told or informed? Told would seem to imply that you've had verbal communication with a man in New South Wales, you know.
I will say told, Mr. Jaggers.
Indeed.
I have been told by a person named Provis.
Oh. Provis. Is he the colonist who's recently arrived at Portsmouth?
Correct. He told me that a person named Magwitch is the benefactor so long unknown to me.
That is the man in New South Wales?
That's right.
So, what does a young gentleman like yourself feel about such a discovery? It can hardly enrich your station or reputation.
Well, perhaps I've had the wrong expectations all along.
Take nothing on its looks. Take everything on evidence. There's no better rule. The ambition to better oneself can be a worthy ambition, but often is not. It is vanity. I'm sure it would have pleased your vanity, Pip, to have discovered that your patron was a bishop or a duke. But why would such a person have taken an interest in a blacksmith's apprentice? Have you asked yourself that question?
I wanted to be a gentleman. Was that false, too?
Gentleman? And what is a gentleman? Men with money? The right clothes? The right manner of speaking? What about your blacksmith? Mr. Gouger, is he not a gentleman? And your patron, Mr. Magwitch? Are we to roll them out because they come from the lower orders? Good day, Mr. Pip.
Good day, Mr. Jaggers.
Estella, come in.
Good morning, Herbert.
Good morning.
Is Pip in?
He'll be back soon. Would you like to wait?
No, I can't wait.
He'll be very disappointed to have missed you. Can I give him a message?
Just tell him I'd like to see him. I have some news.
I'll tell him.
Good day, Herbert.
Good day.
Wow, she's a looker, all right. Those bright eyes she has. The colour of her cheeks. So, that's Pip's young lady, eh?
Well, I wouldn't say that. He's got some pretty stiff competition.
Read that.
Well, it's a will, Mr. Jenkins.
Precisely. The will of a transported convict now released who resides in the colony of New South Wales.
Yeah.
A man who, if he should ever return to this country, will not only be liable to the death penalty, but automatically forfeit all of his property to the crown.
You mean?
I mean, if Magwitch is caught here, that will is worthless. Mr. Pip won't get a farthing.
Here you go. Thank you, sir. To Pip and Pip's comrade. I drink to your health and good fortune, gentlemen. God bless you, Pip, my boy.
How now, Ophelia? What's the matter?
My lord, I have been so affrighted.
With what, in the name of God?
My lord, as I was sewing in my closet, Lord Hammond, with his doublet all unlaced, no hat.
Upon my word,
His stockings
I do believe it's your friend, the blacksmith's boy.
What's that, Bentley?
His knees
Over there.
and with a look
Mr. Pip.
piteous in purport, as if he had been lucid out
Look
of
at that
hell.
villainous-looking fellow sitting next to him. No doubt about it. Pip mixes in the most select company.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so. At last a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head thus waving up and down, he raised a sigh so piteous and profound, as it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being.
But you've always said how you liked Bentley Drummer. You've never raised any objection to him before.
I've had second thoughts. What about Pip?
Pip? You'd have me marry Pip? I could never consider him.
Stella, you sound so cold-hearted.
What? You reproach me for being cold? You?
I do.
I am what you've made me. Take all the praise, all the blame. You've been very good to me. I owe everything to you. What would you have?
I would have you consider Pip.
Oh, how could I? You're familiar with his background. He has money, I know, but no breeding.
Estella, dear, what does it matter? Breeding isn't everything. And it ill becomes you, my child, to lay such emphasis on it. If it comes to that, when none of us know what your parentage is. Estella, you mustn't take offense like this. Estella!
Estella!
Forgive me, Pip. Of course I do.
Just tell her up so that men wouldn't take advantage of her the way they did me.
No, I know, Miss Havisham. Don't distress yourself.
I didn't mean her to be so...
I know.
It. If that man informs on me, it's death by the road in the open street. I'll have him. Can't go back to Pip's lodgings no more, laddie. I've got to find somewhere else. No inns, no hotels.
I know a place. Down at the docks. Mill Pond Bank. Chinks Basin.
Sir? Thank you.
Put this case, ma'am. Put the case of a beautiful young gypsy woman who was accused of strangling someone in a fit of jealousy. Whether she committed the crimes or not is immaterial. Suffice to say, she is brilliantly defended by a lawyer who shall remain nameless. Is acquitted of all charges.
So she is innocent?
In the eyes of the law. Put the case, ma'am. This young woman has no visible means of support. Her husband is in jail. She has a young child, a little girl of about 3, for whom she must provide.
I follow you, sir.
Put the case, ma'am, that this lawyer who defended her holds the trust to find a child for a rich, eccentric lady to adopt. Put the case, ma'am, that all this lawyer sees of children as they're being generated in great numbers for certain destruction, and that he habitually knows of children being imprisoned, whipped, transported, cast out, rejected, qualified in all ways for the hangman, and growing up and that here, ma'am, is one pretty little child out of the heap who can be saved.
Thank you, Mr. Jacket. Good day. Don't touch me, Bentley.
What is it, Estella?
I can never marry you.
Get out!
Now, what's happened?
What?
I've been recognised.
By whom?
By a man whose skull I'd crack with his poker like the claw of a lobster if I got it on his hob. Name of Roger Compison. I've got to leave the country, Pip.
Nobody can
prove?
Compeyson ain't nobody, Pip. He's no more art than an iron foil. He's cold as death. In the very head of the devil himself.
What's this?
It's what Mr. Jaggers calls portable property, dear boy. It's for you.
This is a fortune.
It's only a fraction of what I got. Maybe all you get now. You ain't nobble me, Pip. The rest will go to the crown.
I can't.
You must. Understand? I'll know the risk I took when I come here. I come here to see my boy. Now I've seen him, I can die happy. Howsomever things turn out.
Where are you going?
Back to Australia. You got that shipping timetable?
Yes. The steam packet leaves for Hamburg at 9 tomorrow night.
I'm coming with you.
Dear boy.
I won't be coming to your bed tonight, Master.
Mother. I understand.
There's something else you should understand.
What's that?
I ain't never coming to your bed no more, Master. Never.
What on earth are you talking about?
Why did you never tell me?
Take your hands off my throat! Tell you what?
That you're in touch with Magwitch all this time.
I thought it would have caused you pain.
He was my husband. You knew I loved him.
Molly, professions of love, in my experience, are notoriously unreliable. Besides, I might have wanted you for myself.
As your housekeeper.
You were always more than that to me, Molly.
Oh, yes, I was a credit to you, I know. You've reformed me, turned me from a wild, uncivilized gypsy into a respectable London serving woman. Well, let me tell you this, Mr. Jaggers. I spit on your life of respectability with its silver settings, its warming pans, its frills and falsities. I would sooner have made my bed in an open field with Magwitch than live in a palace with you.
Won't you ever leave me be? Haven't you done enough to me, Compeyson?
I'm sorry, Magwitch. Leave him be. We still have a small bit of business to transact.
One might have guessed it.
I have in my possession certain legal documents of yours. Deeds of property, titles, and the will you've just made out in favour of a certain Mr. Pip.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Now! How did you come by them, you thieving scoundrel?
They should be with Jaggers.
Jaggers? Jaggers doesn't even know they're missing. I obtained them through one of his underclerks. They were expensive, mind, but not exactly exorbitant when one considers the uses to which they might be put.
So, the man who can write 50 hands will be taking out his goose quill pens once again and forging a new set of names and signatures, eh? You're a fool, Compeyson. If I'm took, nobody gets nothing.
Well, that is why I thought we might be able to do business. If I inform on you, I receive only a token reward, and the Crown confiscates all your property. If, on the other hand, we can reach the terms I've set out in this document, we can all of us benefit from this transaction.
Listen very careful to what I say, Master Compeyson. What fortune I got, or made by the sweat of my brow, not through leeching on others. I made my fortune for a particular purpose in a particular person.
I'm quite prepared to share a little of your fortune with you, Mr. Pip.
You're prepared, are you? I'll tell you this, and I tell it you but once. I've been kicked around this world for 60 years. Times I've been pouring in varmint. Times I've been richer in your wildest dreams. Times I've been fed on bread and water. Times I've eaten like a king. Times I've been whipped on the triangles. Times I've been smothered with kindness you wouldn't believe. I've seen it all. And I tell you, Compeyson, I won't be threatened. I won't be blackmailed. And I ain't about to have my spirit broke by scum like you. So I be warning you, you keep away from me and Mr. Pip.
You are a simpleton, Edwidge. A brave, misguided simpleton. Always at the mercy of those better educated than yourself. You really believe that Jaggers has your best interests at heart. Why then has he never informed you of the fate of your wife and daughter? Perhaps you would care to peruse this document, which I also obtained from Jaggers' underclerk. It sets out the parentage of a certain Mrs. Estella Havisham, whom I had come to believe was my own daughter, but whom an ironic fate has determined is yours. Perhaps in light of this you would reconsider my proposal. I would be loath to resort to other measures.
Yes.
She stopped for?
Waiting for the pilot boat to arrive. That looks like it. That's no pilot boat. That's the Thames Police. Give it all you've got, lads.
That's your man, son.
You have a return transport there! His name is Abel Magwitch, otherwise Paulus. Apprehend that man and call on him to surrender, and you to assist.
Right, leave off round, lads. I'll take care of this.
Take her alongside, coxswain.
That's the man there. Wrapped in a cloak.
You two! Let go in, my
All things considered, it'll be a merciful release. At least this way he won't have to face the gallows.
Monica.
Hi, Father.
Portable property, dear boy. Able passage.
When it's arranged at all, they got 3 berths on the fair sea departing Portsmouth on the 12th. Stella sharing a cabin with Molly. I've got one to myself.
Portsmouth to Australia, eh? Wish I could make the journey with you. You never deserve me, dear boy. And what's best of all, you'll been more comfortable along with me since I was under a dark cloud. When the sun shone. It's best of all. It's best.
Body snatching is a ghoulish practice, you know, Miss Webber.
Especially when a body's alive.
In my experience, I've seldom seen live bodies placed in coffins. That's why the law insists on a death certificate.
Still, doctors have been known to make false declarations.
For a consideration, I've known of such things to happen. Professional people, you know, are not today always of the highest probity.
I've heard of lawyers prepared to bend the law in their client's interest. Oh, for a consideration, of course.
Well, of course, they do take a risk, you know. If the law should catch up with them, they might well end their careers as transports to New South Wales. How are you feeling, Mr. Brooks?
About every minute, Mr. Taggers. I'll be a sight better when I'm able Magwitch again.
Pela Terra Santa, segundo programa.